Hello everyone, today we're continuing with the MFM reader emulator because we didn't finish with it yesterday. So, I do have a little bit more information about what happened with this drive yesterday. We still can't decode the data from it directly, but I know why, and I've been in touch with the developer. So, yeah, oh, I forgot to do the thing. I'm bad. Okay, so, we'll get into that in a bit. I kind of want to wait until, Ben
is running. External power on.
is
Snowboard
here
Monkey sub
because
tier 1 and says end of line.
Snowboard Monkey, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 4 months. I really appreciate that. I want to wait for Ben because, he was instrumental in helping get that going before we get into it too much. So, yeah, but long story short, not gonna happen. And it's not the fault of this hardware. It's actually the fault of this hardware. That thing, horrendous. But yeah, again, we'll get into that. So, let's go over what we want to do. So, my objectives for right now are going to be imaging and emulating the ST225 that came from the Nightmare 5160. It is back in the office, and I want to make sure that I get a good low resolution. I want to make sure I get a good low data signal level copy of that. We're actually going to store the Flux transitions from the MFM reader. So let's go ahead and make some notes here. So one is going to be image ST225. The second objective is going to be doing a flux level image.
CHER 100 C#, a flag I have made some notes. End of line.
We'll get to that in a moment. The second objective is going to be imaging the ST412, but we're not going to be able to decode that, as you'll see. So 2, image ST412. Third, as a test of the ST225 data, we're going to actually be able to mount it in 86 box and boot it because we get a fully decoded image. So 86 box tests. And then once we've validated that, we're going to be able to use the MFM reader as an emulator to emulate the My phone just made a sound. Then, after we get the disk emulated, I am recording, by the way, if you couldn't tell. I kind of wanted to do the intro over again. I ended up not deleting any of the footage from yesterday because it wasn't that much. So, anyway, one last attempt here. After we validated that the decoded data works, we can use the emulator file that the MFM reader makes, and we can emulate the ST225 back in the original machine that I have over here. So that will be our final step, and that gives us a full circle of emulating, where we can take the original drive, make an image of it, digitize it, use it in an emulator, and then recreate the drive later if needed, all with one really powerful device. So I'm looking forward to going through all of those steps today. Okay, there we go. Bah. Wait, so it's technologically impossible to image that HDD with the imager? What's so magic about it? It is not impossible.
Never fear, I am here.
Okay.
I have coffee and donuts, so all is good in my world for at least the next 5 minutes.
That's right.
HDER 100. End of line.
Let's ruin Ben's day. Okay. First off here, Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits there. Ben, thank you for the 100 bits as well. All right. Let me explain what the problem is with the ST225 here. Now, this is not the fault of the MFM reader emulator in any way. It is purely the fault of this controller that was in my 5160 when I got it that was driving this hard drive. This is an XBEC controller, or ZBEC, I don't know, XEBEC. I don't care. I'm going to pronounce it XBEC. This controller uses the drive in a very weird way. Now, I had mentioned the controllers and drives are married to each other because the way that the drives interface, because the way that the controllers interface with the drives isn't really set by any standards other than it kind of works like a floppy drive with head seeks and moving to cylinders and reading and MFM flux level transitions. Everything else, like the sector order, how many bits are in a sector and that kind of stuff, is up to the controller. So that's why you end up with this situation where the drives and controllers are locked and you cannot swap them between each other. If you tried to plug this drive into the controller that this drive was being used with, it wouldn't work. And this is what the problem is, because this XBEC controller is especially weird in that it uses a custom sector identification that is offset by one position, and you would think that that wouldn't make that big of a difference, but it ends up screwing with a bunch of things. In this case, we cannot decode the data from the flux transitions because of the bad sectors that were on there. Because this thing knew that there were bad sectors. It was mapped around it, or it was happening at the operating system level. I'm not exactly sure. It's really weird. But the data was mapped around the bad sectors. And when the imaging, and when the image decoder gets to the bad sectors, it doesn't recalculate the sector skew going through that. So it doesn't... Thank you, JJ. I need to continue here. So it's down. So what happens is the decoder goes through those bad sectors, but it doesn't recalculate the sector skew after that. So all of the data ends up being read at the wrong sector IDs and then gets scrambled in the wrong order. Now, I've been in contact with Dave Geiswin about this, and he's going to look into a solution for it. But you got to keep in mind that this being an XBEC controller is an edge case. This thing is especially weird. And this, having bad sectors, is another edge case, which makes it kind of weird as well. So the two together is an edge case on an edge case. And yeah, I'm not too surprised that this didn't work out of the box now that I know all of that. Because yeah, This thing is a nightmare, and probably most other drive encoding controllers wouldn't have had this level of nightmare to deal with. I don't want to use the word nightmare. And most other drive controller pairs probably wouldn't have been as much of a pain to deal with. There we go. There is no ESP32 in the reader. It is a Beaglebone black, but essentially yes. So, okay, not quite. I think the bad sectors are irrelevant, except that's probably why the layout header skew can't cope with that. But it's throwing it off, essentially. I mean, it's close enough. There was try to throw off your recording. Just keeping the train going. Well, I appreciate it still. So yes, Ben, thank you for the 100 bits if I hadn't said that already. And JJ, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I was trying to record and kind of plow through that there. So yes, that is what is wrong. The bad sectors in this are throwing off the decoding of this somehow in a way that is only caused by this exact controller. Skipped a chunk out of the middle with those two thoughts. What do you mean? Interesting culmination of issues? Yeah. So I have provided my Flux file to the software dev so he can take a look at that. Yeah. Still recording? No. The logic board is so widely studied. This one, not too much. This one is less common. Oh, 1984 on the back. Cool. Jump reading Ben's chat.
And says, happy Sunday, Shelby and chat. Hope all your tangents on and off stream went somewhere interesting this weekend. End of line.
Haley Carl, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Holy moly, thank you so much. And for 34 months. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. You jumped lines, reading Ben's chat. Okay, hold on. Why can't I scroll this? That's weird. You know what I just realized? I'm so smart. I'm like, I want a touch screen. That way it'll make it easier for me to read chat. Touch screens don't have scroll wheels either. I guess I can zoom the text out a little. Okay, not quite. I think bad sectors are irrelevant to why. Okay. To still cause XBEC or lunatics. Approximate cause. Your disk is weird. Yeah. All right. In Helicraft, I do have images. Yeah. Actually, Ben, if you want to just post the photo I sent you to the live channel, you're clear to do that. Okay. Yeah, so we got... Yeah, I don't think let me clarify this. Ben looked at this a lot last night, and I'm really appreciative of that. That's the only reason we know this. No, I called out a Alien Carl sub. So thank you so much, Ben. I really, really appreciate you looking at that. I also have, though, I want to get their name correct here. I also have Tomy to thank, because they also emailed me afterwards and offered to look at it. And they too were able to decode the data, going about it a different way, but they came to a similar conclusion. So it is possible to decode the data, and I do have a decoded disk image of that is technically bootable in an 86 box. So yeah, I could actually emulate this today, but for the sake of the narrative of the video, I don't think we're going to. We might just to check it out, but I would rather not, because that puts undue expectations on what this can do. On the other hand, it would demonstrate what it'll be like after it's theoretically fixed, but I don't know how easy it's going to be to fix, and I was advised that they're going to need a good think about it because of the way that the disk analysis works for determining the sector order. So yeah, that might actually not be trivial. I'll try again more briefly. The issue of the interleave changes, so the which sector was that calculation gets confused because it assumes the same interleave for the entire disk. Even if that cell 30 head 2 is fully readable, it'd have the same issue if the interleave changed at that point. I think the interleave only changes due to an incomplete attempt to reformat it. But why does the controller not have issues? It'll work in the computer. Emulate, so you show it doing something tangible. We're going to emulate the other drive, not the bad drive. So we are going to do that. So yeah, I don't understand why the card would be able to handle that. Also, Dziak, while I got you here, did you see my last message? Because it's T-minus 9 hours. Because the controller is seeing continuous stream of data, so it can just wait one more sector for data to come around. Yes, and you're waiting. Oh my gosh, they're awful. Could you read each track separately and combine afterwards? I don't believe so. I looked at the documentation and I didn't see a way to seek into the drive to just read a particular thing. So, yeah. Because the controller, yeah. So, in August, yeah. I don't know why they agreed and then didn't provide any information that's like, you know, pretty anyway, yeah. If they don't get back to you in time, just send them a message that I'm going to message them. They've been negotiating on my half, and then I'll take over it and just deal with it. So, yeah, no kidding. He probably has like 30 different offers. Anyway, decode can't because it doesn't loop like that. It assumes first sector on the track has real ID. Last one calculates based on sector on track 0. Well, I may have given David bad information then. I don't know, but we'll find out. All right. Well, I might redo the explanation then when we image it. Okay. Well, let's get started. So you all have already seen the hardware yesterday, at least for the most part. I'm kind of wishing that I had a lot of MFM drives, because I started getting ideas this morning of like, you know, it's a whole Linux computer. It's connected to the internet. I could just make a really quick, simple little Flask interface where there's like radio boxes for like this drive format from this thing and pick this stuff. And then it could have a web interface. And it's like, I own 2 MFM drives and this one's not even mine. I don't know where my one and that one is. And once those 2 are imaged, this goes back on a shelf. So I don't have a reason to put that level of effort into it. I want to, but unless I just want to keep imaging the same drives over and over again, there's no real reason to. I might get more, which is why I bought it, but for right now, I don't have a reason to. So they're trying to bulk buy lots of MFM drives on eBay, couldn't find a variety that appealed to me. Ooh, that's interesting. It gets boxed up in Sentiment Shaco, yeah. Any MFM drives in the Data General? No. No. You guys understand, right, that Data General is this kind of stuff. Okay, we're not looking at like, you know, oh, cute little hard drive, you know, it's like big old chunker, okay? It's no. Tape? That's not tape. That's a hard disk platter. Anywho, yes, this is a Keychron. Someone commented that. A fairly heavily modified one at this point. Okay. More of an opportunity than a practical computer. That's a good way of thinking about it. Okay. Is a prop. Okay. let's work on the 225. We're going to re-image it just for the narrative of the video, but then we're going to look through the stuff a little more closely because we really got derailed yesterday. Okay, for those of you who may not have been here yesterday, all right, we've kind of already trod down this path. What we did is we took the device, we set it up, we looked at it. I imaged this drive first only because the cables were really weird. At least I think I imaged that one first. And then we attempted to image this one and it had bad sectors and it was kind of complicated. So we kind of went back to this one. Basically, yesterday was kind of like a muddy gray mess. It just didn't work because of this drive really throwing a wrench in my plans. So I'm only barely going to touch on this drive today. That thing is the real star for today. And we're kind of redoing this because I do want to record a video about it because this device is really cool and I want people to know more about it. But yeah, avoiding that whole thing as much as possible is going to make the whole project flow a lot better. So yeah. Okay. Let's see. Disk packs are fun and annoying often at the same time. Well, that one is heart-wrenching because it has crashed head marks on it. So yeah. At least I'm pretty sure it's that one. Okay. All right. Let's get this set up. Oh, we got that stupid reflection going on again. There we go. That's better. Okay. Now, to set this up, oh, you know what? Let me take the network cable out of here. All right. Let's get these all connected to utilize this thing. So the MFM reader emulator connects through Ethernet so that you can SSH into it because it is very Linuxy. And then we need to connect the drive to this. So MFM drives, and I'm going to leave the MFM drive on this pad here to isolate it from the table as I work. MFM drives need two cables. One of them is shared between multiple drives. So if you notice on here, there are two connectors because you can connect two drives to this at once. That is the shared data cable here. Go ahead and plug that in. Then we have the control cable for the individual drives. At least I'm pretty sure that's what those two cables are for. MFM is weird, and again, I don't have that much experience with it, but I believe that's what those are. So we need to connect both of those cables for the drive. Then we need power, and the MFM emulator uses a Molex 4-pin amp mate and lock technically connector for power, which makes sense because you can mount it inside a computer as a drive. So my Decromancer built unit here, I opted to get the 5¼ inch mount bay for, so this could go into a computer and act as a hard drive that way, and we'll try that in a little bit here. So I'm going to power that there, and then the drive here, and then that should be it. And ready to go to image this. I'm plugging this in here, but I have this all on a power strip, and I'll turn it all on in a moment. Is there one for RLL as well? I don't think so. That's another complication. Nearly missed the show? Well, for now, there's a lot of repeats because I'm redoing some of what I did yesterday. Now that we know what we're doing and avoiding the other drive, I'll give you an idea of what's going on here, though, Vintage Project. So we tried to read and decode the data on this drive, but it turns out this thing, which is the controller for it, makes this a complete nightmare in that this drive being bad or possibly having been reformatted partway through is like a super duper difficult edge case to handle. So we're kind of ignoring that. All right. I feel like I'm forgetting something. What was it that I wanted? I was about to go grab something. I moved all of this out of the way. What was it? I didn't say it out loud because I got distracted. 5 volt or 5 and 12 volt. I don't know what voltages it uses. I wouldn't be surprised if it uses 5 and 12. Well, now I'm thrown off. Okay. Is there anything I need? I guess we can just turn it on. Now I'm really confused. What was I going to do? Oh, well. Hopefully it's fine. Well, we're going to SSH, but it has to be turned on first, so that's not it. Oh, I know what it was now. I was going to turn it on. No, I grabbed the microphone so that we can get lovely MFM hard drive noises. Here we go. That was the thing. Okay. Pop that
For
there.
CHEER 100 light bulb. End of line.
Yeah, this way you won't have to listen to it through the microphone on the camera. Actually, doing it this way will be a lot better. Why are you rotating so much? Oh, because I didn't tighten that. That'll do it. I think. Hopefully. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Plug that in. Okay. I'm going to turn the volume down first so I don't deafen you all. Phantom power is on. Okay, I'm going to tap test this as I bring it up. Okay. Okay, something we learn? Kinda, yeah. I've explained it a bunch of times. I'll probably explain it one more time in a bit. Yeah, you're probably gonna hear that. I don't know if that's too quiet. Yeah, you're good, Ben. We're gonna retread some ground here. Okay, when did you start naming the sources properly? It's been that way forever. It's been that way for a long time. Okay, I'm gonna bring it in a little closer. Okay. Camera, why did you just suck so bad at focusing? Okay. All right, I'm ready to fire it all up. I have a microphone connected here so you can hear the lovely sounds of the MFM drive spinning up. And once it's all booted, we'll go ahead and get an image here. Okay, to prevent double audio while I'm talking, gonna go ahead and mute that for now. Manage this thing over SSH. It is SSH. We are about to log into it. Keyboard, did you really have to disconnect again? Oh, now you're reconnected. Yeah, I see how it is. Okay. Why the grid? I don't know what grid. Oh, that. Sorry. I was using that to check the audio volume. That won't show up in recording, but yeah, I needed that to know like how loud it was. Okay. All right, I'm going to SSH into the device now. The default username is Debian. And you'll have to find the IP address from your router if you're going that route. I have done a SSH copy ID over there already, so I don't have to type a password to log in. But with that, we are in there. Now, if we want to make an image, we need to run setup MFM read, which will configure the GPIO on the BeagleBone for this. And then we're ready to run an imaging command. Now, I have created a full read thing here as I was testing some other stuff. Let me go ahead and delete this. Now I've created a full read script here that just gives me some generic file names and gives me most of the options that I would want for this. So I'm going to use that, but the MFM read command followed by the different parameters is how you would normally read one of these. Oh, yeah, hold on. Hey, look, it's the stuff I was talking about. You guys saw this yesterday, but yeah. This is the command. You see the things and the stuff. Oops. All right, we're going to go ahead and save that. What's on this disk? Not a lot. Take two. Oh, it was recorded. I don't have to retake it. That's the benefit of the camera thing, is it simultaneously records 4 HDMI channels. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and make a new directory for this. So Nightmare 5160, because this is the drive from that. Go ahead and change into there. And then I can run full read, because I put it in my users bin folder. And with that, we'll be able to read the hard drive. That way you guys can get all the fun hard drive sounds. All right, Ben, we're about to do our first read of the known good drive. What? Emulation file command not found. Okay, I screwed something up. Hold on. What? Oh yeah, there's no user called bin. What did I do wrong? How is that wrong? Is there a space after it? Oh, sorry, I put a white space after it. And there you go. I muted my lapel mic. So you guys could stop getting double audio, and I will do that in the future. I can kind of make that work, but my voice will sound terrible there. I can't do that when I have to explain things. So that was, yeah, that was magical. Yeah, I figured you guys would enjoy that at least once. And that's, now you can see what I was talking about yesterday when I was describing the springy ruler sound effect stuff. So, yeah. Okay, real quick here. Tommy, are you here? Because I would very much like to know how you did that. Really badly. Like a whole lot. Oh my gosh, I want to know. I want to know. Because that's incredible. Well, that's your collection of old sounds like recording a London phone. Did what? We'll see. Do you wonder if it's that sounds different as the actuator ages? Probably. I know that the tandem drives sound different depending on how well lubricated they are. Okay. That got us our read. Okay, we should move on here. All right. All right, with the drive read done, we have the 3 files created by it. All right, with the drive read done, we can see in that directory we now have the 3 files that I told it to create. The data file is, I mean, it's exactly what you would want it to be. It is the DOS partition that contains all of the data laid out. We'll use that with 86box here in a moment, and we'll be able to boot that hard drive in a virtual machine, which is super cool, but you could also extract the files out of there if you really wanted to. The emu file is specific to this device, and that's what we'll use later to remount this drive as a virtual drive using the MFM emulator. And then the transitions file is the raw Flux data. That's really only useful on this device itself because I don't think there's anything else that works with it. But yeah, that is what that is. So if you want to get the lowest level copy of the drive, you need to save the transitions file as well. I did, Sanity. That is a good check. It's just, you know what? I'm going to put up a thing that says, by virtual machine, I mean emulator, because we're emulating the drive with the hard drive emulator so that we can run it on the emulated computer. And it's like, the word emulator is getting thrown around too much here, okay? So, you're trying to fix your TV, Ariel? Oh, gosh. It is an emulator. Emu file, analog flux. No, that's the transitions file. That's the flux one. Yesterday's message was, it's not an emulator. It seems like we're honing words. I mean, this device is an emulator. This thing will be an emulator, but 86box is also an emulator. But we're talking about too many emulator-y things. So yeah, is it new old stock? I don't know. Simulator? I don't think it's low level enough to call it a simulator. So like, there are Game Boy and I think NES emulators that I would consider simulators instead, where they literally emulate like the gates on the 6502 and the NES, for example. That's like a whole other deal. So, can you run 86box on this emulator hardware? Yeah. Hold on, I need to reply to an email because I don't know if they're here. You guys trust me, if we can do this, I'm not going to say what, because I don't want to put pressure on them. But yeah, if this works out, it'll be worth taking a break here to do this. Okay. Let's see. Do you have the unit file that does Flux into floppy zone? I'm not. Do you have the unit that does Flux into the Grease Weasel? Yes, absolutely. The Grease Weasel is a lot more affordable. This is a lot more complicated. So yeah. But I do have both. Okay. I am still recording. Hold on. So I will prepare an area here. Actually, we'll just do this. Okay. Yeah, we'll use this. Okay. Recording again. Yeah. So here I am using Linux, and I want to get the files off of the BeagleBone that's on there. You know what? We should take a step back and explain this. Now, we were able to successfully image the data, and we can see that we got the files and checked what they were, but these files are on the BeagleBone Black right now. It has a built-in flash chip that gives it some internal storage. Now, there is an SD card slot. You could use that and save the data from the drive reads to that instead, and then pull that out and put it in your other computer. Or we can use the fact that this is a whole Linux machine to our advantage, and we can just pull files off of it over the network. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. So I have a couple of other reads that I've done here for practice, but we're going to go ahead and pull off the one that we just did. So I'm going to use the program SCP, and I'm going to do a recursive copy of the folder in the Debian users group at the IP. Okay, so we're going to pull out the folder that is Nightmare 5160, and we're going to store it here, which is going to go into this directory that I have there. So go ahead and grab all of those files. All right, we have the ROMs for the XSpec controller if that helps with decoding stuff. I don't know. I was going to offer to try and dump the ROM on there. Do you have like version numbers or something from it? Because that could be useful to compare. All right, and there we have our files copied, so we can see here, going into the folder, there is everything we need. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this file. I'm going to call it the nightmare 5160 underscore HDD.img, and then I'm going to move this. Don't pay attention to the fact that that's called a VM folder. I'm going to move this to my 8088 already configured 86 box instance here. I'm going to put that file in there, and then I'm going to launch 86 box. And I'm going to configure it to use that hard disk image. So I'm going to remove the one that I had set before, make sure I'm on the master host controller. Now, I'm leaving this as an IDE setup here. It doesn't really matter because it's just the raw data of the partition. So being IDE or MFM in 86 box, which emulates different kinds of hardware, it's not really going to matter. But we can get that set up. This is the file we just pulled off the BeagleBone here, and we're going to go ahead and boot it. Modify amount of share. You absolutely could do that, Atari Fuzz. 100%. You could probably also put a Samba D server on there to have it just host and share files all the time as well. I'm going to use ugly 1.5x scale factor here because I have to run this at 1080. Think transitions contain raw timing between pulses and the emulator can work with higher level representation? Yes. All right, here it is. Booting our disk image of the Nightmare 5160 system. So this should go through, it'll add like the, what was it, Norton antivirus and stuff. But yeah, this is exactly what we saw when we booted that computer. And there it is. We imaged the hard drive and we're able to emulate it on a modern system. That is so powerful and awesome to be able to do that. I have not had a way of doing that with MFM drives. So this, to me, just fills a hole. It suits a niche. It's so nice to just be able to finally know that this is possible. Yeah, Ben, that's where the ST225 comes from. The manual for the controller does have full schematics. Wow, that's awesome. Let's see, config sys and auto-exec backs. Is there really a reason? Definitely need to learn that stuff. It's very handy if you have MFM drives. If you don't, then I don't know. Oh, unless you mean 86 box, in which case I have a video all about that if you want to know more. From the Ultra Nightmare machine, yeah. Get model number blind on Seagate stuff. Okay. Yeah, SD digits, that'll do. Yeah, I get that. So yeah, from here, we could do all manner of things. We can see the version of the operating system that's on there. We can launch, edit. It's going to be slow because this had DOS 622 on it for some reason, which can run on an 8088, but it's not fast. Oh, I don't know that I've ever run 622 8088 or 622 edit. Is this a VGA card thing or is it just black screen background in here? I don't know. That's weird. I'm used to the background being black in edit, but it's totally working and we can access the files. Not that I want to, oh, actually. And this will also make it possible for me to look and see if there's anything on there that was unique to this. Like, it would be really nice to find the park command for this drive to be able to use on the original machine. I don't know if it's on there. If it's not, somebody's probably backed up the park tool for the 225. It's a pretty common drive. Okay. What were the advantages, disadvantages of MFM drives? The advantages were that they were the first drives. The disadvantages is that they were the first drives. So there weren't other options. Default is white on blue, unless it thinks you're on a mono system. Yeah. Do dir to find park. It's not in there. We've looked already. There's no park. There's no disk park. Not part. Park. There's no ship. There's no stop the drive now. Not nice now. There's nothing. It just doesn't do it. So. Murdy PC is also pretty good. So. All right. So now we're done imaging this drive. You might be able to get away with hot plugging it. I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and sudo power off the BeagleBone. That way I can know that it is shut down because it is a modern Linux computer. It's better to let it gracefully shut down. And then once I'm sure enough that it's powered off, it's not like there's that much of an indication, I'm going to flip the power switch that I have over here. That won't park the heads on the drive, but I don't think we can... Actually, yeah, I don't think we have a way of parking the heads on the drive. That would be a kind of a nice improvement to this, as if you could. Oh, well. But after that machine... But after the BeagleBone is shut down, we can power it all off, and then we can disconnect this drive. And we'll go ahead and make an attempt at imaging this drive, but again, it's not going to turn out great. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We have to turn it back on, let it spin back up one more time. I'm going to cheat and unplug power from the MFM emulator. I'm going to leave the cable there so it kind of looks like it's plugged in, because I think I need to record the spin down sound. All right, hold on here. So yeah, 0 ohms. I think the 412 had the park command. That definitely did, actually. This one doesn't. I don't know if they're interchangeable. Always shutdown of SBC running off SD card, corrupt so many SDs and pies. That would be a nightmare. Okay, I'm going to switch over to mic audio. And turning it off. There we go. The other one does have park command on it. Listen to the menu system too. Yeah, guessing it's not optional. No, I'm pretty sure it's not. I had always been pretty good about parking that drive. All right, so now I'm going to swap in the ST412. So get this one out of here, pop this one in. And again, for provenance, this is the drive that came with my IBM 5160. I have copied the files themselves off of this before, putting an XT IDE in the same system as this. By the way, I tried to do that with this drive, but the controller for the ST225 is in the same address space as the XT IDE is by default, and you have to change the ROM on that MFM controller to change which address it runs at. And to change the XT IDE, you have to get the XT IDE config tool on it and then run that on the machine itself. And the last time I was trying to do that, I didn't have a good way to do that because I just brought the XT IDE with me to the person's house who owns that computer, and I was like, let's copy the files, and then I couldn't. So yeah, that's part of why we're doing this. Just get it totally done with it all out of the machine. Makes it way easier. That's very much like company laptop when it shuts down. Oh gosh, that ramp down was beautiful. Yeah, I had a feel like people would enjoy that. Okay. But now we'll get this drive connected and we'll see what limited stuff we can do with it for now.
COBHC 2015 SIZHEER 100. I'm here. Have we broken it yet? End of line.
Cobb, thank you for the 100 bits. We have not, thankfully. Chloe, also thank you for the 100 bits. I don't think that I mentioned that yesterday. MFM emulator ever work? Yes, it works fine. This drive doesn't. That's the problem. Older MFM drives don't do power on self-test seeks. Yeah, this one doesn't seem to do as much. It does more on power off for some reason. BeagleBoard come with the kit? You have to have that already. This one came with the kit that I bought, but this kit was also quite expensive, so keep that in mind. A much better Seagate logo. So emulates MFM controller, not a drive. It does both. We're going to test both today. We did not get an opportunity to test both yesterday. All right. Very much feeling mainframe construct, being external with the whole thing. All right. Feel up to speed now? All right. Oh, I'm still recording. Okay. Been here an hour ago. Oh, I'd have been here an hour ago, wasn't it? Okay. All right. Let's get this drive fired up so that we can see what we can do with it now. Time for your hard drive ASMR. This drive is actually very quiet. This drive does not seek for some reason. The drive is fine, that's not the problem. Dude, whoa, jeez. Oh wait, did the cable get bumped? That'll do it. And now I'm going to run the setup. Which doesn't do a whole lot on this drive. No, this is a whole computer here. I'm connecting to it over Ethernet. Cobb, kind of. Basically, we know we're not going to make this drive do everything that we want. All right, I'm into the BeagleBone. I'm going to go ahead and make a new drive again for this one, ST412. Let's change into that, and we're going to use my same full read script again here, although this isn't quite going to work right, but we'll just do this for now so you can see what happens. There's nothing wrong with the drive. It is fine. I don't know what you guys prefer, seeing the screen or the stepper spin around. I'll just change partway through. I said it doesn't seek like the other one does. Okay, well it did not work correctly there, actually. That was bad. The head got, like, stuck. Okay, now there's a problem with the drive. We're just gonna try and run that one more time.
Belgium says we broke it. F''S in the chat, please. CHER 100. End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. It might need to warm up. right, there we go. I don't like that it leaves it, like, hanging right at the end. Okay. That is the head stepper. So that moves the head into and out of the drive. There's probably a gear somewhere that translates the motion, but yeah, so that controls that. No, I don't have a deck rainbow. I want an RD50 super bad, and just buying a whole deck rainbow might be the way to get it. So, oh no, wait, that's not what the floppy drive is. I don't remember. Why is the stepper motor put together using 2 different screw drives? I don't know. I'm not Seagate. Yeah, this drive is way, way quieter than the other one. You can't hear squat. So anyway, we got the same output that we did yesterday. So this is the error message that makes it seem like there's a problem with the drive. It is always on approximately, yes, cylinder 30, head 2 on those sectors or something. So those don't work right, and then the resulting data file isn't correct either. So we could try and boot that in 86 box, but I can just tell you right now, it doesn't work. It just hangs. RX50, that's it. Oh. Hiram, the RX50 is what I meant, but it is a dual unit 5 1/4 inch floppy drive that came in the deck rainbow. It has 2 5 1/4 inch floppy drives with really weird latches, and they're like flipped. They're kind of terrible, but they're really pretty. Talked about screws yesterday. Working hypothesis: one type is to remove stepper from the drive, others to disassemble stepper. Oh yeah, that actually does track. Yeah, that would make sense. Or maybe not necessarily disassemble the stepper. No, you know what? I think you're right. I think disassemble the stepper. Yeah. Not all of them are quite like that. So I have one over here that's another NEMA 17 stepper like that. It doesn't have screws like that, because you could also just have nuts on this side and have screws going from the other way. Not that you can see my hand gesticulating around there, but, you know, just picture it in your mind's eye. Okay. One moment, let me check my email here real quick, like, okay. Okay. Ben. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything else we even want to try doing here. You know, we can show some of the help options. So now, in theory, it should be possible to read this drive, because if we look at the MFM read command, the problem we're having is, I'm going to give it a bad parameter so it'll print help, is related to the XBEC SKU here. Now, this is added into the MFM reader software very recently, or I should say, now, this was added into the MFM reader software very recently. So if you have one of these, you may need to pull the new changes to the Git repo and recompile it on the BeagleBone. But that should allow it to account for the weird sector interleave and ordering offsets that this controller has. But those bad sectors, or at least the area around the bad sectors on my drive, is confusing the decoder when it tries to run that, and we don't get a valid data image out of it as a result. So somehow this drive can't, no, yeah, Can you run help format? Listed under the IBM number. I don't know. Are we going to try using it as a drive emulator as well? Yes, yeah, that's why I'm kind of trying to cook here. So if you missed it, well, I guess we skipped to test 3. So yeah, Ben, back here, I wrote some steps. We wanted to image the ST225 and then image the ST412, but I accidentally did step 3 of test with 86 box right there. So yeah, the next step here is using the emu file to emulate a ST225 in the Nightmare 5160 that's right there. So that will be our next objective. Our pen's running out again? No, that's just glare. It's not really solvable. Oh, 0 ohms. Okay, you're here. Oh, okay. Hold on. Dropping everything. How? How did you do that? Okay. I am more interested in this than anything else, okay? I would love to know how you did that. So, that wasn't, that didn't look like HXC. Just a bunch of lines of code. Really? Okay, so it's a tool you wrote, then. Would you be willing to share that? Because I feel like that is a phenomenal diagnostic tool that would be extremely beneficial. Yes? Okay. If you could, I would really, really appreciate that. All right. Where the mechanical hard drive come from? Well, all hard drives are mechanical, first off. But this one came from you'll mail it after the show. Would you be willing to do it during? Because I want to check it out right now. That's because I would love to showcase it in the video. I understand if the code isn't great, but trust me, it would be better. People would be more appreciative of having that. You could throw it up in a Git gist or something. It doesn't have to be all fancy and well supported. Okay. While that's being worked out, what else do we need to do here? So we have the data files here. You know what? Let's go ahead and pull out the files from the data file really quick. So I think I have, did I put it? Some mount image, this is it, okay. Feel for 0 because I also right there. Oh gosh. Right, has anything momentous happened? Not yet. I mean, what Philip said, oh, it was incredible. The drive worked, and it turned out it wasn't 10 megabytes, it was 10 terabytes, and there was just the source code for, what's something crazy? I don't know, it was the evidence that, that the moon landing was filmed by Stanley Kubrick, but he had to do it on set, so NASA had to develop moon rockets anyway. And that was the inspiration for 2001 because he had like all this extra footage and it's all on this hard drive. There you go, that's it. Source code for Half-Life 3, there we go. Make it work, then make it nice. Ugly code, fair way to get results, yes. I thought the HDD have files from Area 51. That too, yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Yeah, let me do this really quick here. Okay. All right, so recording. All right, now before we move on to the next step of emulating a hard drive using the MFM emulator, you know what? I'm gonna turn off the thing. Hold on. I forgot to do that. Okay. Sudo power off. All right. Wait a minute, you guys, you want to see it spin down. I'm not 100% sure, but I think to park the heads, I could just spin that. But I'm not gonna, because I'm pretty sure it's also gonna do it itself. You know, I wonder if the The MFM emulator just like spams all the possible disk park commands as it powers off. That would be kind of funny. All right, I want to move on to something else, so I'm going to go ahead and power off the drive in the emulator, and we'll take a look at that. And we'll take a look at the next thing. Oh, it didn't do it this time. That is a very not parked head. Also, I forgot to power off the BeagleBone. Okay. I'm going to turn it back on because I would really like it to park the head. Parked on still 30, yeah, really. Stop jiggling and get parking. Spins up fast. How many platters does it have? 2? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm hoping that Setup MFM gets it. Oh, it parked on its own. Okay, we're good. Powering off, BeagleBone. Alright, now we're going to be good. Yeah, I'd recommend maybe not poking that as it moves around. That was an odd noise. No, that was fine. Okay. All right, now before we move on to trying to emulate using the emu file, a whole hard disk in another old PC, I would like to take a look at how you can get the files off of the data file that you can get from this. So just as an example on Linux here, I have this script that I've written, and I've used this kind of a lot. This is going to mount the image file that I created within Linux in a way where I can then get into the file and copy files out of the disk image. So let's go ahead and try that with the Nightmare 5160 image. So I'm just going to run mount image with this. It will ask me where the partition starts, and I'm glad I did that because apparently this one starts at 17 sectors in. That's a little weird. Usually it's 63. So we'll do that. It needs a password, which I'm just going to make sure no one knows the secrets. I'm typing a password. Okay. I knew I'd screw that up. Typity, 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 typity. Dude, what? Okay. Enjoy this black screen for a moment. Why is this not working? There we go. And with it mounted after I remembered my password, we can get into the drive right there, and that is
CODHC
everything.
2015 SIZHEER 100 type T typing my password. Do. End of line.
There's a lot of stuff missing there. The lever is going to the park sensor. That's what that's there for. One moment. Okay, nostalgic for the lens cloth. I mean, There isn't one to hand over here. It's a fucking black screen. Okay. You have to mount the double space .0 file. Oh no! Oh. Okay, one thing I was not accounting for is drive space. So yeah, that's not going to work. So 86 bucks would be the best bet of getting files out of this, because yeah, we need to have DOS unpack all of the data. Now we know why they're using DOS 622, because they didn't want to get a bigger hard drive and they wanted to fill it full of garbage. Okay. So in less dumb circumstances, this would have worked, but in this case, yeah, all of the files are now in this, which is a whole other problem to try and work out. But normally, yeah, this should work. Drive space is disk compression, yeah. So dumb. All right. Eject. Goodbye. No. Oh, wait. To unmount. All right. One moment. Blah. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, look, I'm back. Wow. Files both MS and IBM system files in root. Yeah. They got lucky. They skipped the earlier, oh, you wanted that data? Sorry, versions. Apparently 7-zip can extract that? Really? That isn't nearly as fun as a lens cloth? The camera is like 10 feet away. Like, I could take a lens cloth that I do have right here and I could, doesn't get anywhere close. I wasn't even halfway there. Well, now I need to try it again, that I know that it could possibly work with 7-zip, so hold on here. Open with, hold on. Oh wait, I have a folder called folder. Perfect. Okay. 7ZX Y LS K 7Z X Why are you not finding it? It found the JM file. Okay. Remote control lens cloth? You mean a curtain? All right. Well, at least I don't have to re-record that part. Type split. I don't think there are other files related to that. Remote control curtains. All right. Well, anyway, eject this. Oh, good. It remembered that I'm off. Okay. MFM. Wait, we actually have to read now. Sorry. Could make a password scene in OBS. Yeah, but okay. We gotta, let's read this, I think. So we have not yet done hard drive emulation. So I need to know how. What is this trying to open with? Okay, ocular is correct. Why is ocular not running? Oh, I know sudo, well, not sh, I do sudo su, but yeah. Remember that MFM read detected the IBM controller? It turns out that controller used the same expect chipset, so it was correct in a way. Oh, interesting. Okay. There's Ocular. Okay. Okay, to emulate a drive, drive 1 for 2 drives, drive 1, 2. Okay, well, that's pretty easy. To enable emulation on startup, power fill, okay. With power off, set the supercap jumper to on, copy via SDP emulation file to the system, edit, emu.mfm, conf, path to the emulation file or any other options you want, sudo enable MFM emu service. Wow, this is way more complicated than I would have guessed. Enable automatic emulation, disable it, okay. It's system D, really? Supply backup, system power via USB. Add threshold. Oh, that's kind of nice. Backup power via mini USB. Okay, then add threshold 0 to power fail arguments. Disable power fail. Okay. Monocular. Janko. Okay. I don't think there is any reason to ever attempt this because you would have to boot the system with it plugged in and powered up and all that jazz, and then the drive controller wouldn't find it, and then it wouldn't work. So I feel like that wouldn't work. So this is, in my opinion, the only way to do this. I don't know if this is unique to the Decromancer one, though. Let's just power up the MFM emulator and see what that all looks like. Showmanies will be right back scene. I really should add a BRB scene someday. The BRB scene is currently just wait. And Control Delete. It's not hardware level that it detects. I mean, with the music, oh, yeah, I could add music, couldn't I? This is a virtual lens cloth. Enjoy it. Pre-animate some like rippling with like a little light coming in underneath. No smooth jazz. House acid. Okay. Okay. It's stopping. Oh, yes, the server serves restarting soon. Yeah. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, I'm going to log back in. Boom. All right. So, CD, opt, MFM, and then, where was the file? Or is it etc.? Yeah, okay, hold on. Vim, etc., MFM, emu conf, executable dir. File name for first emulator file, second emulator file, only blank, type of backup, blank for none, simple copy for simple copy, X Delta or diff, use those programs, reduce backup size. What? Power command when power lost, that's pretty slick. Yeah, they're gonna, well, yeah, read only, okay. We go back to the source. Power fail. Okay, so power fail is a thing here. Okay, so systemd stuff is part of this. All right, I wasn't sure if the systemd component was something Decromancer was adding or if it was part of everything else. Looks like it is part of the main source. I've never seen path defined in an alias. Okay. But it does appear to all be a part of that. Okay. So basically just set the drive path in there and then enable it and then we're golden. Okay. All right. Okay, next I want to try emulating the ST225 drive with the MFM emulator, and we're going to configure it to use the emulation file that we just made of that drive, and we're going to configure the Linux system on here to automatically start up with that emulation. Now you can start it on the fly, but that would be a little weird, so using the config file to set your emulation file so that it will automatically start that on boot is going to make a lot more sense in the long run. So let's look at how we can do that. All right. That pic is linked for the BRP screen. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I forgot. That one is really good, yeah. So in the so included in the image for the BeagleBone here, which again, my unit came from Decromancer, so all of this was set up, but you can find some of the stuff in the Git repo for the main software. It is set up so that there is an etc. MFM config program here. I need to use Vim. It is set up so that there is a config file for defining your emulated drives. So here would be the drive A that we want to emulate, or just the first one on the bus. So we have, yeah. Now we are going to need root permissions for this, so we'll need to use sudo. Looks like we're already in the sudoers file, so that doesn't require a password once you're logged in. And this line here is what we need to change to point it to the file that we just created from our drive. So I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm just going to type in the path, which is nightmare 5160 underscore emu, not underscore there, it's underscore here, emu underscore file, and I believe that might be all we need. I am not 100% sure what the backup stuff is there, but we definitely want the power off command, and we're gonna have to take a look at one more thing related to that. But I believe everything else there looks good, so we'll save that file, and then we will use system control, which is a system D thing. That allows us to enable the MFM service, and then I accidentally hit tab again, so now it's going to take an hour to try and figure out all of the service names. And that will have set it up so the next time the BeagleBone boots, it will be emulating an MFM drive on the card edge connectors so that we can access the drive on a computer. So we're almost ready to do that, but we're going to power it off and then take a look at one more thing we need to do to make this work a little more smoothly. Okay, there we go. What's up with the horrid gradient in your terminal? It's transparent. Whoa. Get another MFM emulator to image the first one. I bet it doesn't work. Not to their discredit, but I bet that the timings are just really weird and it wouldn't be happy about it. Okay, sudo power off. Yeah, for streams, I should maybe make it slightly less transparent. I refuse to not have it be transparent. You're lucky it's not wobbly. It just, that keeps breaking on my laptop because I do weird stuff all the time. But, yeah. Semi-opaque. There you go, Jack. Gives the look of the green screen with bezel shadow. I mean, if you want that, you run cool retro term. Okay. We're done with this part for now. So we're on to hardware. Looks to me like an aging broken LCD. Yeah, I see that more than a CRT type effect. You can image a GoTech using CryoFlux just fine. We tried to do that with the TD Zeros, and I don't think that worked. I think we kept running into issues. So this is the So on the hardware here, there is one thing that we want to change before we start using this as an emulator, and it is this jumper. We want to put it on the right side here. What this does is it brings this capacitor, which is actually a super cap, and you know what's so super about it? Well, it's 2.7 volts at 10 farads. That's nuts. So that thing holds a just ridiculous amount of power, and it acts as a graceful shutdown UPS for the BeagleBone. So when power starts to get low voltage going into this thing, it will run that power fail command, and then it will shut down the system once you flip the switch on the power supply of the PC that it's in, because that will cut power into this. And normally, yeah, it's a bad idea to shut this down non-gracefully. So yeah, that's a really nice little feature built into this thing. One of the reasons why this is just a lot more complicated than other things, but that jumper there will activate the power fail option. So that is required for this. But other than that, I think we're ready to go. Although I may need to mess with the termination stuff, but hopefully not. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, we're going to try this out now. In Enterprise, you pay $500 for that feature? Yeah. That's so nice. Keep SD cards from blarging? Yeah. All right. The accursed computer returns. Okay. Not recording. I'm just going to plug the data cables back in because why would I record that? I don't think it's necessary. One is over here for some reason. Should also mean this one goes here. Okay. All right. Let me make sure it's focused. Yeah. All right, let's get the device in here. So again, this can fit in place of a hard drive in the system with this handy little 3D printed bracket, which is pretty darn cool. Let me grab a screw and get that cinched in place so it doesn't slide around and bump anything it shouldn't. There we are. I'm just going to put one in for right now because this is not a permanent installation. Then we'll go ahead and connect the card edge connectors here. That's a little low. And then finally, the power cable right there. And that's it. Let me put this blinking plate back in here, and then I'll slide the case back on, and we'll fire this thing up and see how this works. This blinking plate does not want to play nice. There are HDD access LEDs right there, yes. I'm going to pick an angle that doesn't highlight every single grain layer line on the 3D printed part. I can't. It just looks like that. Okay. Can this thing do anything for it? Nope. I swear it doesn't look like it's glowing in person. And there we are. That fits in there quite nicely. The layer lines on the 3D printed case are catching the light a little oddly. This angle looks a little more realistic here. But yeah, with that, you'll be able to configure the emulator from the front without removing it if you want. And I think that's a pretty nice feature there. Fill it, sand it. You don't want it to be smooth. These aren't smooth. They're textured too. All right, now I made them keep all their cursed peripherals at home, so I need to go grab a 5151 and an XT keyboard so that we can actually use this thing. So I'll be right back. Let's see, I have a XT keyboard. Thought it was out here. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, there's that, and there's my 5151. Grab that in 2 phases. Stream resuming soon, yeah. Is it really worth doing a BRB screen during something like this if it's going to be 20 seconds? I mean, whoa, if I was going to go use the restroom or something like that, it would be worth it, but I'm not. Okay. Just need to print the bracket face down on a texture build plate. That would look a little better.
100, of course you aren't using the restroom. The redeem coffee option is off. End of line.
Yeah, okay. Personal post-it note special. The purple post-it note was to mark it as mine to make it clear in the video. We don't need that now. All right. Power supply is active. All right. We're going to not connect network to that just yet because I want to see how it behaves on its own. That is the original drive, so we'll see how this goes. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. All right. There are all the peripherals we need to test out the machine. The drive is in, and this drive is out. I think we're ready to try it, so let's see what happens. I see the light from the beagle bone. Getting the RAM count. Sanity, I haven't done that many times, but now I can. All right, moment of truth. It does take a while. Beep. Should access the drive. Starting MS-DOS! It's fake, it never works in the first try. I know, right? And there we are. We are booted into the DOS 622 install from this hard drive on the MFM emulator. That is so cool. That is not a feature that I would have initially thought to put in here, but that is so awesome. Yeah, there are all the files. That is working fantastically. It's like an XTIDE on steroids? Kinda, yeah. I don't know what you all are saying WinRAR for. I love WinRAR. Okay. All right, now just to prove that it works, I happen to know that on this drive there is a typing tutor program, so we can run something that is being hosted on the drive. There we go. I really thought these were going to be the drive LEDs, but I'm not seeing anything there. Now we can see the BeagleBone blinking an LED down there. Ah, and we can see the drive access LED. It's kind of difficult to see, but it is absolutely working down in there as we do stuff. So this is, yeah, this is really, really cool. Squints, yeah, kinda. Love the persistence on this monitor. It is the best feature. Oh my gosh, it is so good. Go left. Might be the typing tutor I thought it was last time. Shame, but Letter Invader sounds fun anyway. How does it compare to the original disk speed? I don't know. We're not gonna run like a disk benchmark tool on it. It working at all is impressive enough. How about this? It's faster than all of the other ones out there that can emulate MFM drives. All right, so we've accomplished all of our tasks. So I think that might be it. Did we just knock this out in 2 hours? I'm a little disappointed if we did, because there was more stuff I wanted to do. 4 hours of practice, yeah, really. Quietest IBM PC with an MFM drive ever? Yeah, no kidding. But it's exactly the same as the original drive. Controller timing isn't messed up. Yeah, that would be required, actually. Something's wrong. It was too easy. Yeah. Look at how the power resistors are next to SuperCap using the IR camera. We could do that. I did enable the SuperCap, so it should work. Still need to record whether the visualizer... I don't know what you're talking about, Sanity. What do you mean, visualizer? I didn't say anything about that, I don't think. So we do have time to run a drive speed test. What benchmark do you think is going to run on here? The image from your hard drive emulator connected to your controller in your system. Your hard disk on the emulator connected to your controller in your system. Will that work? Oh, yeah, actually, that is a thing. We should do that. I forgot about that. So yeah, we're going to do that as a stream only thing because I don't think it's going to work that great. So yeah, that's not going to be part of the video. So we might record the outro here. Yeah. Let me make some space. Gonna do one more recording. The power fail thing is a good idea to test. All right. I think that's almost every single feature tested on this board totally working. There is one more thing we need to do, and that is the graceful shutdown power failure. Now, I have an idea of how to test this, and I want to plug in networking to it because I want to ping it as the machine is shut off to see how long it takes for it to power off. So we're going to ping it relentlessly, and then I'm expecting it to shut off a little bit after the actual computer does. Dude, keyboard, you're super annoying. Okay, ping 192.16.1.11. Okay, hold on. I need man ping. What's interval dash I? Okay. Dash I 0.1. There we go. Okay. Have SSH session open to see if it says anything. I'm going to go with the ping. I think that's good enough. Also, now I can't reach power, but I can just turn power off at the power strip. All right, so I have the computer open, running. Okay, so I have the computer on here, running edit. We're going to turn it off. I'm going to do it at a power strip because I can't get to the power button now. But I am pinging the BeagleBone here, and let's see how long it lasts after the computer powers off before this thing gracefully shuts down. So turning it off now. I don't know if that's long enough for a graceful shutdown. That felt kind of fast. But maybe it works, I don't know. Do I have the jumper correct on the board? Pretty sure I did. I mean, SSH, I guess, may have told us that it was doing a soft shutdown. So yeah, supercap jumper on off. I put it to the right, which is blurry on. To the right is on. It's behind the arrow, but you can see that's off. So that should have been it. You can check the syslog. SSH and journal control F. Maybe it does not emulate the speed of percolate drive heads. Does the LED on the board help at all? I don't know. We're going to turn it on one more time because I'm going to film the outro with it running. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see that it still works or not. Oh, that cable is going to be too short. Maybe if I pull it through. And rotate it the other way. Oh, it's heavy. Heavy, heavy. All right. All right, I'm going to record an outro for the video. We're not ending the stream yet because we're going to try and emulate my hard drive, which is going to be a whole other world of hurt. So unplug it and watch the heartbeat LED in the front of the BeagleBone. I don't know. Well, the perk utility would not make the machine or make the BeagleBone shut off. It detects loss of power, not a park command. A park command would be kind of a smarter way of doing it. But that would also require actually parking the drive. But that's still, you know, actually I kind of would like it to respond to a park command. I don't know. That feels like it would be right. I do not have a modem acoustic coupler, no. I do have a acoustic coupler terminal, but it doesn't work because it nearly caught fire when I tried to use it. That's a different problem. Park has just moved to a specific cylinder? Yes, but the drive emulator could interpret that as a power off command. That's what I'm saying. So if you ran park, the emulator could see that and go, oh, they're about to turn the computer off, and then power off the machine. Or power off the BeagleBone, I should say. Must park the SD card before you can move the computer. Yeah, see? I know, I kind of like that idea. All right. Powering it up. We'll SSH into it to shut it down after I film the outro here. Check mail. Ooh, okay. Thank you. Oh, that's going to be excellent. Okay, we will take a look at that. Are you okay with me sharing that? Because if I show that in a video, people will definitely want it. Do the name of the phone network thingy. No problems, everyone can see. Terrible code? Okay. So it's counting RAM and stuff here. It's going to take a moment. Also, let me cheat slightly. Fun fact, whenever you're filming one of these monitors with like normal lights, it's really helpful to just slightly tip the monitor forward. Cuts out a lot of glare. I already want it, but I'll just have to live vicariously through the stream. Oh, I'll send it to you as soon as it works. Matter of fact, it's going in to get gist as soon as it works. Is there a form of actual graceful shutdown to keep it from corrupting the SD card? Yes. Well, footage, so your dash cam has to clear its buffer to the SD card, which is a lot more difficult than just stop what I'm doing and shut down. I bet if you're writing to the drive in the middle of it, it doesn't handle it that well, because, I mean, that's on you. But your dash cam is a little different. So. Okay, I think we are good. All right. I am not sure if ending this might cause issues with the program. Well, we'll find out. But we'll see how it works. All right, I'm going to record an outro for the video. We're not ending the stream yet. And we're then going to probably record a part that'll be used in the video, but we're going to interject it in the middle. All right, video outro. Well, there we have it. That is the MFM emulator by David Guesswin. That is a fantastic tool. As long as you are working within some of the supported drives. I have a feeling that the XSpec controller with the hard drive with bad sectors can be solved, but that is quite the just culmination of weird problems to have to work out. So I'm not too surprised that drive didn't work. But with the drive that was just normal, it's working fantastically. And man, yeah, being able to emulate drives, that is crazy helpful. I could totally see having multiple of these for really weird systems where it's just difficult to get good hard drives for. So yeah, that is excellent, and I'm really impressed. That is definitely going to be something that I have at the ready for any time I encounter MFM drives from here on out. But that is going to be it for now. If you enjoyed this video, you may want to follow to be notified, not when I go live again next. Oh well, it did not hit the mic. Anyway, but that's going to be it for now. If you enjoyed this video, you may want to subscribe to be notified when I release another one. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time. All right, that's it. Roll the outro. Printing. Oh, wait, I got to film a new printer thing. That's right. Yeah, I gotta do that. Note to self, film printer. Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if there's a wrap up. The MFM image, let Linux die. Oh, no. It should fix it, yeah. I'm on the Fediverse? Yes. I run my own Mastodon instance. Okay, we're going to SSH into this thing and see how it handles that. Alrighty. So, first I gotta wait for my Keychron to once again connect over Bluetooth. It sure loves trying to lose connection. Okay, so we're gonna SSH into the doohickey majigger. It didn't work. There, it worked. All right. Have extra time in stream, sort more paper. Okay. Laptop's an inch from falling off the table. It's fine. It's okay. The third leg isn't. It's all right. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna hit power on this, and we'll see. That's a weird half screen position. All right. I'm gonna hit power on this, and we'll see. Oh yeah, you guys wanted sudo journal ctl-f to see power off. I don't know. Is that right? Start up, finish, reach target. I don't feel like I'm getting anything useful there. Okay. You know what? It doesn't really matter. All right, I believe it'll give us a system shutting down, like kicking everyone off, wall message kind of like thing here. So we'll see what that looks like. So powering off the computer with the power fail on, and here we go. Yeah, I don't think that's handling the graceful shutdown. Ruh-roh. Did I screw up the power fail config? Huh. Well, wrong documentation of jumper. I don't know. It would be on the silk screen, and this is not an early rev. Might be an Ethernet thing being plugged in, sapping all the power from the cap. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's not wasting time on that stuff, and it's just like off now. I don't know. But all right. Might be SSH pinging, drawing too much current. Maybe. All right. Give me one moment here, because I need to do a real cool thing. Okay. All right. Just for everyone who's nervous about it. There you go. Okay, so looking here, I'm going to get this computer out of the way because it's really big. Forgot to label which is cables left and right. Oh, I hate it when that happens. The way that stand works, it's fine. It's not an issue. Okay. This is heavy. We're going to have to pull the thing out in a little bit, but I'll just do this. There we go. That barely fits under there. Ooh, I have a dumb idea for something we might do today. Is this still ready for that, or did I undo it? Ah, I think I'm an idiot. Did I? Or did I? Maybe I... So, if you remember, way back, I did a video about my electronics bench, and I mounted a light up above it, and it was, like, way too bright. I would like to mount that light back. I have not had it there, but I want to diffuse it with extremely high-quality diffusion material, and I think that'll make it a little bit better to use. So I would like to try that. If we have like a bunch of extra time today, we might do that. Okay. So here's what we're gonna look at. Okay, I am extremely curious about this. Okay, so we're gonna just look at this. Okay, STD. Oh my gosh, did you encode everything manually? That's impressive. Okay. So this is really cool. Yeah, BMP. Okay. I did the outro. Stream's over. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should stop recording. Okay, so is there a parameter? How does this work? Okay, so I don't want to tell you quite what this is yet, because it's really cool, and I'm unbelievably impressed with this. You must have had some of this code like already hanging around for other projects or something, unless you're just incredible. So I really do appreciate you sharing this. Okay, so let's go down to main. Let's find that, because that probably has the entry point for parameters, because I just want to understand how this works. Okay, main, argc, okay, argv, start from the transitions file. Okay, perfect. That might be all we need. Okay, should do it if it compiles. Okay, let's find out. All right, so we're going to do G++ xspec out will be Flux. And it compiled. All right, so I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it in the ST412. That's wrong. I'm going to put it in the xspec folder here. And we're going to run Flux on the transitions file. Okay, let's see. No way. Oh my gosh. Real quick, I'm just going to do this for performance reasons. And here we go. Come on. I know you suck, Gwenview, but you can do it. I believe in you. You know what? Open with GIMP. Come on. Yes! Oh, that's so awesome! So 0x-ohms wrote a Flux viewer for the MFM data. That's so awesome. Oh my gosh. That is ridiculous. Is that all one area? Yeah, I am wondering. This doesn't read inside out in that cylinder 30, is it? Because you know what would make sense? That is so cool. So out of curiosity, Zero, have you looked at what the data format for something like CryoFlux stream files is? And would it be possible to just convert this to that? Not that your imager isn't useful. It's incredibly useful to have that at all. But that would get it into the realm of other tools that we could do other things with, just out of curiosity. I don't know if something like HXC would even support as much data as this has in it. This is made from your CryoViewer. Okay. So you aren't converting it to CryoFlux in a step here anywhere, are you? Like that? Or this? I don't know. So Charles, what we are looking at is if you take the hard drive, okay, and you know that there's a platter inside, and that's what the head on the drive reads. We are essentially looking at the data that is on the platter. Now, this is a little complicated because the hard drive will actually have multiple platters in there, so I assume this is all of the head data kind of stacked up at once. If we were going to make this like a whole evolved thing, we would probably want to make multiple images, one for each platter and each side of each platter. But this is a representation of the magnetic transition data from that. So that is, it needs to be 3D, yeah. It is so, so impressive and helpful. That's just head 0. Okay, cylinder 0 at outer edge, index at bottom. Okay. So 0 at outer edge. Okay. So it was head 2 that has the issue. So can your code pick which head? So any green dot is a transition. Yes, it should be. I don't know what the difference in intensity is, but it should be transitions. So I am curious here. So this is extremely helpful for looking at ID head equals, okay. Control F, if head, if I could type, man, this would be so impressive. Head, let's just, header. About head space. Less than. Here we go. If head equal 0. So this would allow us to pick the head. Okay. I'm going to set this to 2. I'm going to recompile, tripped over the power cable, a router AP, killed your internet right at the moment of the big reveal and bereft. Well, you could still revel in the excellence of this. So this is platter 0, head 0, however you want to think about it. So yeah, I'm about to try and do head 2, and we'll see. No, was that the right one? I don't know if it would be head 1 or head 2, if it's 0 indexed. There are 2 of those. What do you mean 2 of those? I'm going to save this and run it just for giggles to see what this looks like. Oh, this is excellent. I might... 2 ifs. Oh. Let's look at that. Okay. MFM, F, head. There, okay, 2. It's the penultimate head, if that helps. So it's 2, if 1 through 4, then 3. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know which one it is. Okay, for right now, we're gonna recompile this. So, go back to here. Code, recompile. Okay, so we have our new version. This should show us head 2. So I'm going to take this underscore H0, all right, and then paste in the new Flux, rerun this. Okay, and that should now be different. I'm going to convert this to PNG again. That way it's a little more performant. Open with GIMP. Okay. Are they different? They are different. Okay. So, again, we don't know if this is the correct one. So it would be maybe about this area, whatever 10% is here. It looks the same. No, it is definitely different. So if we put them in the upper left, that'll be a little bit easier. So we can see changes in the flux for sure. Oh, that'll work too. It'd be really cool if GIMP could just like have them in the same spot. Yeah, absolutely different. Okay. Okay, let's try 3. Although you had 0, so it should be 2. But we'll try 3, because we don't know what the indexing is for... Yeah, I don't know. Let's try 3. Okay. Underscore H2. Okay. So back to here. 3 and 3. We'll just run the compile here. G++. Expec-o flux. Okay. And then I'm going to do this. Code this way. Overwrite and rerun this. Okay. All right. Got BMP. Make it PNG. Open with GIMP. And oh, those seem the same. Okay, I may have messed something up. Hold on. You know what would help is if I saved the changes. Okay, delete that PNG. Redo it. Control 0? I can try that. Okay. And PNG. GIMP. Yeah, control 0 is zoom level 0, right? Opening. No, I didn't like that. Is it? There is a shift 0? I forget what the shortcuts are. You're onto something there, Charles O. Okay, those are now different. Okay. I don't see a smoking gun of what's wrong. I have no idea what's at the end. That's super weird. Whoops. But I'm going to do this. Underscore H3. Okay. I did a bad there. I think I just got rid of the tools doc. Hold on. Window. Dockable dialog. Oh no. What is it called? Recently closed docs. Oh no. Where did it go? Tool options? Is that it? Oh, I drug it out, then I closed it without even thinking about it. Yeah, it is going to be 1 track wide. Single track is somewhat thin. Bad. Yeah. What's your resolution? I didn't consider it 2048. Okay. Windows, can I just reset it? Toolbox. Oh no. Yeah, I screwed this up. Oh, it's over here now. Okay, put this back there. Okay, better. Okay. Lock the major tag. That's a thing? How? Oh my gosh, yes. Okay. Just give things, yeah, really. It's going to be her about half of 1 tracks. Yeah, 8 readable sectors, 9 unreadable. Yeah. And about 10% of the way in. On one of these 2, most likely. Could, I mean, it'd be 1. Yeah. So that is going to be really hard to pick out. Oh, that's so cool. God, we have the new stream video compression. Yeah, this would be murder on MPEG-2. That's for sure. All right. I want to, but it's not just green. Yeah. Do the last head too? Yeah, so I was going to look at that. I have an idea. here's what I want to do. I want to go back to Control F, argc. Okay, argv1 in file. I'm going to make argv2 heads. So I'm going to guess you have in file declared somewhere up here. Yep. Car, you go with unsigned int. Head view where was it? Here we go. Head view. Actually, that should be able to just be not a pointer. Head view, okay. Now you do it after doing 3 manually. It helps to, make sure this stuff works first. Don't over-optimize early. Head, hold on, space. I lost track of where it was. Here we go. Okay. Boom, and then the other one was just right down here. Somewhere there. Okay. We'll make sure this works. Boom, it didn't complain. All right. Copy. Yup. Okay, and then we're going to do, we didn't do 1. So 1. We're going to have to make sure that's actually different. Oh, you know what? Why did that work? That shouldn't have worked. No, it's not that it interpreted null. That was a character that I just gave it. Okay, so those last two, did I forget to save it again? No. Why is that the same? So head 3 and head 1 are the same there. Okay, I'm going to guess it just wrapped. So we need to do what is it, COITA or something? One moment. Okay. CPP. IOTA, right? Or something like this. No. Okay, CPP car to int. Gwenview, you suck. Subtract 0, the character length from 7. Oh, are the numbers? STRTOL. STR2OL. Would have expected it to produce just blank image indeed? Yeah. Well, it's not a string, car end pointer. I mean, yeah, it does need to be that. Car is a number. It's, yeah, 0 to 255. It's an 8-bit thing, basically ASCII, but that number should not have been valid for this. Even worse than I think about it, I'm pretty sure that always returns a pointer. So I kind of screwed that up. Like, it needs to be this. ATOI, that might be what I was thinking of. Okay, yeah, that's what I want. Okay, because what I'm gonna do, it should not have compiled. Yeah, I might have done something dumb. But hold on here. So what I'm gonna do is, where were these? The code's not that long. How do I keep losing track of these? Head view. Okay, so we're gonna do IOTA this. Let's grab that, and then the other one was here. Boom. All right. And then you're writing the file, out file. I want to add the thing to that, but string manipulation sucks. We'll just not worry about it. Yeah, we'll try that. Okay. Go. It didn't complain. Okay, warn. Hold on. Let me. Less. Find. Head. Not in there? All right, fine. Overwrite. Okay, let's try 0. And we'll compare it to this. I'm just going to close all of these. Open this one. Open this one. Can you just add strings with a plus CPP? Can we? Okay, those are the same. All right. So let's try 3. This should now be different. Well, once it finishes, you need to sprintf the head numbers to the out. Sprint. Okay. Head in file. Okay. And then, well, I would need to add the .bmp in there at some point, wouldn't I? Okay, this should be different. It is. Okay, so that is working. Okay, good. All right, we'll try sprintf. Yeah, we are not in the STD namespace. We haven't imported any of that as far as I can tell. So we're going to avoid that. We're going to use the C functions for now. So I think we'll do this. I'll try what 0 put here. Sprintf. That would be in file. What's file name? Out file equal file name. Oh, I didn't pay attention. Yeah, file name is your receiving. No, what is file name? Are you using file name? Is it C, not C++? It is C++, but it's from what I can tell, it's C++ kind of just using C. File name is just unused there. Okay. Because I hadn't seen that variable before. Just making sure. Okay. File name, which is going to be our buffer, essentially. Check Discord. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Uh-oh. Yeah, he got back to us. DZAC, good. Okay. All right. I will text him, and hopefully that gets quicker responses. Okay. Center control. Oh, Shift J. Okay. That will be handy. Okay, thank you. Okay. Anyway, back to this. Hold on. Comma. Percent D. Percent S. Paste. Head view. And then in file. Yeah, prefixing it, that makes this easier. Okay. But we don't have the, we can do .bmp, I believe, here. And then out file equals file name. After we put a semicolon there. Okay. See you next time. All right, see you, Vintage Project. And let's not go into less. Okay, no errors, just warnings. Maybe. Flux. Oh, just rerun this. And still ST412 bit. Did I not save it? What a classic. Shall we move? There we go. In function, oh, we got new warnings. Perfect. Okay, I'm fine with that. No errors, just warnings. Okay. Is the color defined anywhere? Make it change sector is the bad one. Maybe that would be possible. Yeah, I'll probably do the postfix head thing in a moment. Ah, beautiful. Okay. I like using the in file name. I think that's a good idea. Okay. So what is IMG? Is that the decoded data? Is it really a bad sector because it's missing sector on XBEX terms? Okay. Also, just for giggles, I don't have it there. Test. Wait, did I not do full? Here we go. Okay. Will this work on one that's not the... Oh. Why does it only work on the XBEX? Do you have something to, like, skip the bad sector area? Or was I not paying attention? It is very hard-coded for exactly this drive format. How's this going? It only knows the XBEC format. Ah, okay. That is going to make it a little more limited in utility, so... How is this going? Well, we were able to decode different head platters. I'm not sure how we want to proceed here, though. Colors in the visualize subroutine. Okay. So right now I'm kind of thinking of how we could attempt to bring in the color components. I'm less concerned about the color. I'm wondering if it is in any way viable to make it use other drive formats, because it's extremely useful for me for this. Oh my gosh, Gwenview. I just need to uninstall Gwenview. Yeah, I'm just wondering how it could be integrated into the rest of the tools, maybe, or something. I don't know. Okay, so is that the data that's for the XSpec format? Because that is odd looking. Yeah, Ben, that is kind of what I'm thinking. Those identify the header and sector, and the bitstream data is decoded. Okay. So yeah, we would have to replicate that stuff there. Okay. All right. Well, for giggles, saw you had a warning about bad sector. Out of curiosity here, I should look at the logs. XSpec. So if I do, well, that was 3. So if I do 2, different controller, different routine. Yeah. I definitely get that would be a lot more complicated. Two didn't do it. 1. There you go. There's your missing one. It's right here now. Is this not refreshing? Philip, it's really complicated. It's really weird. So also Zero. So Ben was suspecting that the image may have been, or the drive might have been attempted to be reformatted at some point and then failed at the bad sectors. And then that's what causes the interleave offset between the two positions. Does that track with what you saw? Just out of curiosity? Possible? All right. Huh. All right. I'm going to reorder these. And then I'm going to make these similar. So img file equals that. Oh, no. hold on. Screwed that up. Log file equals that. Okay. Make them all the same. All right. Recompile. Copy it back over. Oh, wait a minute. Did I do something stupid? Maybe I didn't copy this or something. Okay. You don't need heads for the image and log. Those are always of the complete disk. Well, I'm doing that because it makes it easier to keep track of the outputs. So I would know when I did this read, it came from that stuff. I do see what you mean. Ideally, actually, we would just loop through all of the heads. Maybe that would even be possible. And then just output all of the files anyway. But I don't... It doesn't look like the code logic is easily modifiable to do that. So head view... Quick hacky bad code. Exactly. Yeah, that's no problem at all. Absolutely not a problem. Yeah, half of it's in main. I didn't even realize that. All of the decoding stuff is in there. Yeah, not a problem at all. And I just noticed that's a label as well. So there's some sneaky go-tos going on in there, I suspect. So yeah. I get it. Okay, I think that'll work. I'm going to put this in a git gist. Whoops, not do that. All right. Get your questions ready, or am I logged out of GitHub? Let's find out. Oh my gosh, I'm not. It's a miracle. Okay. Gists. All right. New, paste, written on Windows. Sorry, I didn't even notice that. I don't know how you want to be credited, so I'm just going to do this here, if that's acceptable. Name typo? My apologies. I see that. There we go. Okay. Public gist. All right. That is extremely helpful. Thank you so much for sending me that and making that. That's really awesome. Okay. All right, well, we can do that for that hard drive now. Okay, so what do we want to do next? I feel like there was something else we were going to try. Oh, for your guys' sake, just needs a background of a real platter and then some, yeah. We did not attempt to boot the, what you call it, other files. I did grab them, right? One moment. Hi. I just want to make sure that I did actually download the files that Ben gave me. Yeah, reparse, where is that? Okay. Found it. Okay. So we did not view head 1. We did. Might even be one of these that are open here somewhere. But where'd it go? Read. So it's in there. So yeah, there. And then just for giggles, Shift J. Oh, that 1-to-1's it though, or something. I'm not. Oh, it just centers it. Okay. Yeah, there's head 1. You'll never type properly on that keyboard if you don't turn it around. I don't know. Oh, this one. Yeah, that is true. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to grab this, and then we're going to go to VM, 86 box, disk. Okay, so this should be a bootable image of my hard drive that Ben was able to fix. So I'm curious to see how this works. Zero Ohms was able to do this as well, by the way. This is just the one that I downloaded first. Okay, I believe it's that one. Put it there. Okay. All right, let's see how this goes. I don't think it's the LAN zone that far in. Wow. Oh, man. This has been a complicated project. I did not think it was going to be 2 days. Huge blocks of F6 bytes towards the end of the disk. No idea what they are, but they read okay? All right. This data is actually inverse to the physical location? I don't think so. All right, so this should be DOS 5 and boot up using some kind of Norton menu or something. Oh, there we go. And that, yeah, that's it. So that is a valid image of the big old chunky hard drive that Ben was able to massage into shape. So yeah, that is excellent. And yeah, my hard drive or computer did come with Disk Park there. Oh, it will do a 225. Ah, cool. It won't do a 214 or a 412. So wait, it's not even compatible with mine, but it is compatible with the other one? So I should put this file on the other person's hard drive then, really? No, I don't want to proceed. Okay. But yeah, I forgot how weird this menu thing is. What even is this? Is there like a description of what this is? Screensaver. There's a screensaver? Maybe it probably just turns the screen off or something stupid and boring. What is that? I know, right? It's a menu of some kind from PC Dynamics. MenuWorks 2.1. I mean, it's not bad. But yeah, we can just save changes. No, we didn't change anything. But yeah, we can just get back to regular old DOS. So, And KQ2 is something I put on there. CD, KQ2. I believe this does not work. And Ben, there's a very good chance this doesn't work because it was a bad transfer. Oh, yeah, there we go. That doesn't surprise me. As far as I can tell, checking the image out yesterday, it's completely intact, so everything should work except KQ2, which mods about wanting disc 1. Got protection reasons? Yeah, probably. So I own King's Quest 2 for PC, and I think at the time I was doing this video, I couldn't get it to work, and I didn't know why. Because it was a booter. So I think this may have been a copy that I got on archive.org or something. I don't remember the history, but I was just trying to do something to play the game. So yeah, I didn't put a tremendous amount of effort in there. I kind of regret writing it to the original drive, something that I tried to push the person who owns this drive not to do, to not write anything to the drive until I was able to image it. So as far as I'm aware, that one has not been modified. But yeah. See, the image you built the picture representation from is one that's space. Yes, so the images we were looking at are from my drive that does not image correctly. But yeah, so that is not surprising there. All right. Okay. Man, we really did finish this earlier than I thought. Okay. Does anyone have any questions about the MFM emulator that I could potentially answer here? Just in case there's something I didn't think to check. Judging from, say, the FAT directory entries, you wouldn't have overwritten any interesting deleted files or anything. I hadn't even considered that. It's just for the health of the hard drive, I prefer not to. Does it make any MFME noises options? I don't believe it does. That is a question I'll get in the comments, isn't it? I hadn't even thought of that myself. About the firmware stored on the platters, I don't think that's a thing. IR camera for supercap power resistors. We could do that. It's going to be a little more complicated. We're able to read the drive correctly in the end. So the drives that behave well, yes. My drive does not work directly. The developer of the software for the BeagleBone in the MFM emulator is now aware of the issue, and they're going to look into it. So we'll see. So, lacks bad bearings, yeah. Tube time claims it's a thing. Oh, not readable. Oh. So it is on there, but we can't access it. That's weird. Okay, so I would explain that, huh? Need the brain slug, the drive electronics to get at it. Tube time's been working on doing this lately. Okay, yeah. I know Tube time's been reverse engineering a lot of hard drive PCBs. So give up on checking if Supercap is doing its thing. Oh, yeah, we haven't got to that yet. That would be good to know. It's something that's really difficult to debug because, like, the end goal is that it's off. So there's nothing to see when it's off. So that's not a bad one to try again with, but yeah, wouldn't you be able to use original control card P3 DD rescue to image the drive? I don't think so, or at the very least, DD rescue is not really what we're looking for. I don't know why. I feel like the answer is no. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that the way that it presents to the system, the answer is no, but I could be wrong, that you can't use DD rescue. Has a LED that should slowly fade out. So I did watch it slowly faded out when I powered it off to put into the computer. But we obviously haven't seen it since I put it inside of the other machine. I'm just going to get the hard drives out of here. Although maybe not the 225, because that one's going back in the computer by the end of the stream. Debug might want to use a serial console. I really don't want to solder to it, and it doesn't have a header. Kernel has support for the controller. You need pretty old kernel. you want to show the log of the last boot up. Will the last boot up say if it was a dirty boot up or something? People are interested, why is it using BeagleBone and not Raspberry Pi as a PRU pseudo PJ-like programmable? It is utilizing that, actually. Yes. Yeah, oh, you're trying to say that's why it's using it. Yeah. So, some of the code for the MFM emulator is written in assembly. For those of you who might be curious, actually, this morning I did spend some time compiling the MFM emulator code on x86 as much as I could. So you can compile the MFM util program. So you can get that to work. So we can see that, but you can't like read from x86 because it does use lower level calls to the BeagleBone. Does it have headers for serial console? Yeah, there are some unpopulated headers for it. I have more luck with Elks 86 Battle Linux. Yeah. If it was graceful shutdown, there should be things in the log. No. I don't know. So it does shut down or power off -F. I don't remember what that does in Linux. Personally, I would think it should try and shut down in such a way that it's trying to use as little power as possible. So doing writes and stuff is also kind of like a bad idea. We can test the power off and satisfy Helen Croft's curiosity all at once here with the thermal cam. We're not going to do the full thermal cam setup because I'm not ready for that. So we're going to just use the phone and hold it in front of the other camera. Ah, ooh, bent my knee weird. Yeah, we'll look at that. Put 5 10 farad caps on your board. Holy moly, that's a lot. Well, I know it has headers for a serial console. Well, that's I2C. Hold on, the paper says what they are. Force halt to reboot. Don't call. Shut down, yeah. Apparently I pulled power cable out of my laptop earlier today. Ooh, ouch. Will it mount a remote image from like a network share and emulate? I feel like that would be a bad idea. You might be able to ask it to, but unless it loads the whole thing into RAM first, I don't know. You can provide the path to a Linux file path, so if you have a Samba share or NFS share or something, it might be able to do it. That would be a little more complicated to set up a test right now. Okay, TTL console. Oh, can we just do it over USB? No. Oh, gosh, the cutout's on the bottom for the header. No, we're so not touching serial. TTL serial console comes out of the bottom. Screw that. Yeah, no, we're not messing with that. Okay, so I'm going to have Ethernet connected. You know, Marvin, I hadn't even considered the thought of making a drive from scratch. I don't know if it can. That's a good question. That's probably something better answered by looking at the docs for the software side. I don't think there's any reason it couldn't, other than your controller has to support it. Because the weird side of this is that this can operate as a controller and it can operate as a drive, but it cannot operate as a controller for the vintage computer. So you still need a real MFM controller in here. You couldn't just pull an image from 86 box. So you might be able to. The software for it would have to convert the decoded file, which is what you would consider what 86 box uses, into an EMU file, which I believe has some more metadata for more quickly reading and writing to sections of the file. So there might be like a header or something that says like, this sector is this or something like that. I'm not exactly sure how it works. But the emu file is different from the decoded data file. See, is your MFM controller needs to be able to support massive amount head sectors? Yes, yeah, you do need to be able to configure that, so it would be limited by your controller. So if you remember correctly, this controller we had initially found was set to a 26 megabyte drive, I want to say, and my ball head just greased up one of my hairs. Gross. Oh, that's right, I moved the trash can out of here. One moment. Okay, reason designed not to emulate the card because it was designed. I mean, it doesn't have an ISA host slot. So yeah, it's not that I'm saying it should or anything like that. I just think it's kind of funny. It's like it can do what this does, but it can't do what this does in this application. That's what I'm saying. So also just like a general like advice thing, you still need an actual MFM controller to use this in a system. You can't just buy this and then suddenly you have a hard drive. That doesn't want to reach. So let me go grab a power cable. Create raw image file, then convert it to an email file, specifying the right settings as you convert it. Yeah, I think you can do that, but you are going to have to pick a drive type to convert it to, essentially. Oh. Okay. Let me grab the thermal camera. Okay. So you'll be able to see the stuff here for the caps, or for the resistors, as this boots up. So, powering it up. Oh yeah, they get hot. Instantly, bam. If we have time, do you want to archive the ROM of my controller? We do have time. I don't know what kind it is. BIOS is archived already? Whew, I don't have to bother. Okay, good. That part number sounds familiar. Yep, that's it. Those are glowing like crazy. 122C. So those would boil water. I am not sure I understand exactly what that is about. Put your card on there during the stream? Okay, cool. I'm going to guess current measurement. I'm going to guess that those are being used to measure current coming in from the power connector, and then when it goes zero, then the machine tries to initiate a graceful shutdown. Yeah, that's the LED that should be there, so... Dude, how is that not going to be a problem for the 3D printed support right next to it? That's like in melty 3D printer temp range, ain't it? Like... You know, now that I think about it, this filament looks weird. This might be like a carbon something nonsense. Time to add a heat sink. Yeah, really. Well, it's down to 111 now, so at least there's that. Okay. What commands do you guys want to run to try and diagnose the graceful shutdown, or you want me to just power it down right now and watch the LED first? Power resistors in series limit the inrush current from charging the cap. Takes power failure by monitoring the incoming voltage. Okay. B -1. Okay. Let me log in. I got a billion windows open and I closed the terminal. Hold on. Okay, so you want... It's not there for some reason. Sudo journal ctl -b -1. I mean, I don't know. Would think it'd be fully charged by now. I don't know. Is the cap shorted? I doubt it. That would be a weird failure. It's not old. What do you mean it's looking like no? I don't know what you mean by it's looking like no. Log just ends. Oh, okay. All right, well, let's try shutting it off and seeing what the LED does. I can wait. The cap is not charged. What do you mean the cap is not charged? Wait until it's charged? How do you know it's not charged? The energized when lit is to warn you that you'll be shocked. I think. It's charged already. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. All right. So I'm going to power it off, and we'll watch the LED. Here we go. That lasted a long time. So, wow, that temp is dropping fast. Those went from 100 down to the top left one being 60 as the max. So if I block that one, those are now in the 50s. It's still on. The cap is still on. The beagle bone, I don't believe is. So for comparison, we can see a power light underneath of this USB port when it's on, although probably not at that angle. So if I turn the system back on here, you'll see lights come on under that. There. Saw a blue blinking light from the bottom of the board. I mean, it's happening right now when you're on the top of the board. I mean, I see the one that's visible on the front, but I'm not seeing anything else. You're filming the cap light. So there might be an LED on this side, maybe. Camera arm. You got... Oh, no, you don't got this. Okay, hold on. I caught it. Moments before disaster. It's trying to slip the camera off of the workbench again. Okay. No lights. So we see one coming out from there. There's the networking lights. I'm going to unplug those. Seconds away from expensive? Yes. So yeah, we're definitely getting power to the board right now. Is there a jumper for the super cap? There is, but it's set to on. I'm going to get the thermal camera out of here. I think we satisfied that curiosity. Is there second jumper disable graceful shutdown versus super cap charging? I don't believe so. So that is the super cap jumper right there. It is currently set to on. Yeah, I don't see anything else. See the reflection of light. Both jumpers are correct. So are you saying this jumper is the other jumper? Because I don't think that is related to the power fail option. That jumper is labeled for the button. I think it's a dedicated power on-off switch. Measure the 5.3 volt test pad. What exactly is going on here? We are looking at the MFM emulator board that can do MFM hard drive emulation and imaging, and we're currently trying to diagnose whether or not it's doing a graceful shutdown of the Linux system that's on it that it should be doing. Okay, I put my multimeter right here. All right, so I'm going to measure the test point. I don't know why we would get anything wrong out of it, but just for giggles. There's a ground test point here and 5.3 volt. You know what? I'm just going to let that fall into there. There we go, 5.2. That's perfect. So that's fine. Measure when powering off, okay? Are you actually thinking there could be anything related to this, or is it just a thing we could measure? Is there a power test point on the BeagleBone? Not likely. So there is that. And then power off. That was kind of quick. Power off fast is just fast and should log nothing. I was thinking it should log nothing. I'm going to guess it's behaving correctly. We did lose power from there very quickly, but it might also be one of those weird switch mode power supply things, because that definitely looks like a switch mode power supply setup there, where it's unloaded and it just doesn't do it. But yeah, it lasted there for a bit. Can you redirect terminal output to a TTY? Is that even a thing? There is a serial port underneath this board that I do not want to mess with. So maybe. But I'm going to go ahead and put the original drive back in here. We can see the existence of the serial port, but we're not going to try and mess with it. Oh, serial over the network. Possibly. So yeah, that's the serial header right there. You know? I didn't really pay attention. This does not actually protect the pins on the bottom. I should not have rested it on that. Oh, whoops. Okay. Good to know. There's your current draw through the resistors. I don't think so, because it was all working fine. I think it would have been a more catastrophic failure, if that's the case. Five volt pad next to the button jumper should say at 5 volt, even main power shut down. All right, well, the cap definitely discharged there. We can, once it's outside of the computer, try powering it up one more time, see how it behaves. But for right now, I do want to put the original drive back in here. Okay. It just occurred to me. Unless I can find my other MFM controller that I mentioned I have yesterday, I can't read any drives unless I modify the cables for my XBAC controller, because these are not my cables. They're going away now. So, yeah, cool. At least they're not complicated cables. I gotta make some, worst case. But I should find my other MFM controller and set it aside. Should probably make a little MFM care kit and keep the MFM controller with it, so I can pop it in a computer for diagnostic purposes, if need be. Okay. Want to test that this will actually boot, so I'm going to spin this whole thing up one more time. Decide to order MFM cables from a couple of times reasonable price. Try to link it if you want. I really should have one somewhere. I have an MFM controller. I can picture it. It's yellow. It has the cables plugged into it, and they're wrapped around it, and it's in an ESD bag. Where I put it, I don't know. But I know I have it. So, all right. So I'm going to validate this all firing up with that. I now know that that thing is easily the loudest part. So trying to Noctua mod the power supply, for example, ain't gonna do much. And that is definitely the hub motor that's loud. Mentally picture that too. I have one identical. You ever considered maybe, just maybe, you have too much stuff? No, I don't think that's it. I think it's that I haven't been able to dedicate the time to organizing the stuff well enough. That's the ultimate issue. I can catalog it all, but that's not organizing. That's just knowing what I have. Jinx, yeah. There is a difference between cataloging and organizing. I can catalog everything, throw it into a bin, and then go find it that way. That is technically a form of organizing. That's just bad organizing. So, stuff space ratio is still acceptable. Not amazing. So, yeah. I'm going to make it slightly worse today as well. On that, we might take down the Apple II stuff from that desk. Could do that, but you'd be an idiot. Yes. Yeah. What happened with the barcodes and tagging? So that was, I still want to do that, but that was an extreme pressure when I thought I was going to be moving. And Atari Fuzz, I know you asked about this at the end of the last stream, and I missed it. I still don't have actual information about when I might get a real lease. So, I'm just mailing them checks and continuing to stay here. So yeah, that's all I got. So, yeah, but I was trying to catalog everything so that I could, pack it away when I thought I was going to be moving, without having the problem of I just threw everything in boxes and I have no idea where everything is. So it became less of a critical thing that I catalog everything as I was putting it in storage bins. So, all right. That worked. It booted. So we can shut this down, call this system done. This is good to go. What happened to the redeem coffee option?
Says, end of line.
TPT Sam, thank you for the Prime sub and for 6 months there. I appreciate that. The coffee, just I've been bringing coffee, so I haven't been needing it as much. Speaking of which, I should probably finish this. Barns are not really a thing in Arizona. At least not in the people-dense parts. Okay. Let me manage these cables a little better. So this is one of those systems where the cable management's never going to be amazing, but I should at least keep it out of the way. There's this, if you've never messed with an XT, there's this little latch for one of the screws, and it is super easy to scratch up and catch cables inside when you're putting the case back together. So it's important to make sure that this space, axis, whatever, is clear of cables when you are reassembling one of these. When did the channel points indicator change to the bits indicator? When Twitch realized they could possibly psychologically impact people into giving them more money? I don't know. I didn't do that. Auto is correct last few streams? I don't know. Okay. Surprise, commercial space isn't very cheap. So many stores close because manufacturing happened in the States. I could have moved, but also if you look around, I really don't want to move. So if I can stay where I am and the price is competitive, it makes sense to stay. So if I have to move, then I'll upgrade, but I'd rather not. Okay. So we wanted to measure 5 volts power on this. With it powered off, because the 5.3 volts is apparently used for the battery backup kind of thing. So we'll power this up just independent of everything else, and then measure power and then shut it down. So yeah, is there something in particular I should look at there, Hellencroft? Can we have thermal camera on the resistors? No, we already did that. We know they get hot. I don't think that we need to keep looking at that. Okay, where did the power supply go? Did it fall down here? I bet it did. Oh, it didn't fall. It was just there behind the laptop. Okay. So a set of test points including the cap voltage, but I think the LED works for that. Probably.
Chloroku says CHER 100 thermal camera images for the hot technical streams. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. They should not get hot if the cap is charged. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, it's on now. Okay. Okay, so that's our 5 volts there. I mean, we left the computer on for quite a bit there, and they stayed hot. And then as soon as I turned it off, they like dropped the temp by half. So they're clearly always involved in the power somehow. Okay. I will SSH into the thing so that we know when it's fully booted. Stupid broken pipes. All right, it's working on it still for some reason. I don't know why I'm not getting in. They're always keeping the cap charged? Okay. Small burn marks on the desk. Maybe. In a puddle of 3D printer filament? Why am I not getting in here? Hmm. I want to check something. For some reason, I'm not able to SSH into it. I want to make sure that, oh yeah, I definitely still have network over here. Okay, weird. Why? You know what? Let me just replug networking, I guess. Oh, that time it worked. Weird. Maybe it just takes forever to boot. Okay, so it's on. Okay, logged in. Okay, so now I'm just gonna directly power it off. All right, I'm gonna do this so you can see all of those, and I'll turn the light on here. So you'll be able to see all of the LEDs that are on shut off, and then you'll see the other one stay on, and then you'll be able to read the voltage. So I'm not exactly sure what we're looking for here. Is this the test we want to do? Make sure that the power off works with the 5-volt rail staying active while the LED is on? Is that what we're looking for here as a test? So here we go. Off, lights no blink, and 5-volt rail is solid. So this is the 5-volt rail the BeagleBone pulls from, then I take it? This tracks. This makes sense. Yes. Well, then it's totally fine. It's just shutting down super fast. Okay. If that's what it's pulling from, then yeah, this makes perfect sense. So the voltage raised because there's no load on it anymore. So that's just what happened here. It is shutting down. It's just not logging anything. There we go. Yeah, that lasted a long time. Most rapid clean shutdown possible, yeah. Yeah, so that was really good. Okay. Okay. So, that answers the power fail option. It's definitely working fine. Is there anything else that we want to look at here? I feel like we kind of nailed it. I think that's it. .3D printing a bottom plate for it. Yeah, we definitely don't have time for that. That does bother me a bit. Definitely keeping the box it came in to store it in. Almost want to just cut a hole in there to use it through. What am I use 12 instead of charge super cap? Well, because the cap is only 2.7 volts, so that's probably why. It wouldn't really make a huge difference. I think that's it. Okay. So now what? Oh. 3D model for the original PCB design keeps PCB in the middle of the bay height so it can't touch anything. That makes sense. Yeah. Tape the bottom. I could. I'm not going to do that right now. Okay. Just trying to think, is there anything that I'm missing for the video? I don't think so. I think between everything I filmed yesterday, because I did end up keeping all that footage, because it turned out it was not that much, and what we shot today, that is like the narrative part, I think we're good. Now we port dry space to Linux. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. So yeah, we looked at getting files off of it. Yeah, I just wish I had my other drive because I don't know where that went. And I do not believe that I own any other MFM drives because XT-AT era computers, not super easy to get a hold of. I don't have that many. So yeah, pretty much everything I've got is IDE or later. So connect the HDMI out from the BeagleBone to video capture it. Yeah, really. Where even is that? Oh, it's one of them stupid little mini ones. Ugh, gross. No, we're definitely not touching that. Why is there a USB port on the bottom? Weird. Do you want to shoot a new intro to go with today's footage and you've established knowing what it works? I already did. I did it before the stream started. I shot not only the intro, but the post intro, roll into what it is we're doing. Random drives from eBay, Gambit on how many gifts there is. Yeah. I could actually try and get some from eBay. That would be nice to just get some. Although last time I did that, looking at the pile of tangents over here, it was a little more explosive than I intended, so perhaps not. Yeah, bet on more exploded caps. Yeah. Maybe I'll stick with finding things in Arizona like I usually do. Is it not that easy to resurrect MFM drives? I don't think they're that hard to get going because they're really mechanically simple. So I don't think it's that difficult to make them work. So wouldn't open those eBay surprises on stream. Well, yeah. Is your 3SSD drive holder working out? So today will be the first time I actually use it. I have it right here, ready to take the drives that I recorded to today home. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. After this one gets its full cycle usage, I'm probably going to modify the file to thin it down and then see if I can come up with a better solution for securing the drives in there. There's got to be one. So, forget about the tangents and their explosive nature. Yeah, I didn't. Those were a little spooky. Okay. Trying to think about what we could do. Well, you know what? Maybe we work on a task that I kind of want to do here. So, we got 18 minutes. I want to go through these and label what they are and then start making that like a thing that I do regularly. So this one has literally one screw in it. Cool. I have no idea what that is. So for those of you who aren't aware, these are like $2 at Hobby Lobby. They are meant for organizing craft parts, but they are excellent for holding screws while you're disassembling something. So I end up doing that, but then I forget and I just leave this stuff sitting around and I haven't labeled this and I don't know what they go to. So this has 2 Rifa caps and a Jamicon cap in it. I don't know what it goes to. It has all coarse threads and a little rubber bumper. I have no idea what that is. That sucks. Recap the Game Gear. That's a ways off. Okay, then we have this. It's a bunch of tiny screws and one battery. There's some rubber feet and a rubber thing. I don't know what that is. That's unfortunate. Then we have an empty one. Beautiful. Okay, then we have the only one I think I know what is, and I am going to label this. This goes to the HP power supply down there. So I want to make sure I keep track of that. This was the easiest one because it has weird custom HP handle mounts in it. I thought I had another roll of tape over here ready to go. Where did that end up? I wanted to put a piece of painter's tape on there and then write on that with a Sharpie because I don't want to just write on it directly with a Sharpie, make it permanent. Ooh, if I put a piece of Polymide on there, I could use a dry erase marker, do that in the lid. That'll work. tighten the screws in your terminal block that was killing your PSU outputs? I have not. We could do that. I feel like this is more important right now. You know what? If we're going to do this, actually what I should do is I should grab... Oh, there's the painter's tape. I kind of want to try this. Okay, hold on. I got packing tape here, and then I have markers. I'm going to put a piece of packing tape along the top, and I'm going to label it on that. This is the one that has all of the reefa caps that are signal critical, yes. That I can't just rip out, that I need to order replacements for. I'll put this there. And then this is HP, and what is it? 6645? 6624A. 24, no. See, that's where this is nice, because I can erase it. 6624A. Okay, so, labeled. It's the only one. Well, this one's empty. Wait, how do I have that many empty ones? Okay, I got one down here. This one is labeled. It's Game Gears, so that's good. Okay. I believe that is 2 Game Gears worth. So that's good. All right. So it's just this one, which has this weird rubber thing in it, which is very identifiable, and then that, which should also be identifiable, but I don't know what is. And then there's this, which I really don't know what those go to. Those are kind of unique, especially that rubber bump stop. I wish I knew what that went to, but then those. So, what's happening here? Just watching some guy rummage through his garage. Kinda. Yeah, we've kind of ended our task for the day, so I'm just looking at some things that I've been meaning to take care of. So, yeah. Have a bunch of spare foam pads here. I do want these secured. I have an idea, okay? I was gonna, like, make this a surprise. I want this to go away. I want that to not be there anymore, because it just collects garbage. Let's see. Maybe these are extra pieces, never made it back into reassembly. That would be the one that has 1 screw in it. This one, I don't know what that came from, but that almost certainly will never be repatriated. So that's unfortunate. So, let's see, we have those 2. I think that's... There should be one for the Data General walkabout that's back here. So maybe that goes to this, and then this thing uses a bunch of wood screws? But I don't think I would have pulled reefa caps out of that. So this is the modem. No, that's not. The, like, power supply kind of looking stuff. Let me pull that off, get a better look at it. Oh, wait, what's this? AA battery door. So, this thing is something I would like to get back to. I don't like this. It has a bunch of clips and standoffs in it. So this is what took this thing down. That's slightly kerploded right there. That, yeah, that sucks. But then we have the main logic board. That... Okay. That looks like there should be a power board. Oh, this is the power board as well. Okay. So did the reefas come from this? I don't think they did. Although I'm looking at this again now. I don't think I noticed this the first time. This is unfortunate. Those are definitely traces corroding from the caps probably there. So that sucks. Well, that system was clipped together. It might have been. I don't remember. I would have to go back and look at it. So yeah, that's a portable terminal. I need to get back to that. It might be just clipped together. I would explain why it's reassembled. So that's not where the screws go. Okay. Probably have to watch your VODs. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to watch like all of them. It couldn't be this, could it? No, that doesn't feel like it comes apart. What else could it be? What had big honkin' like wood screws that are slightly corroded, or maybe they went into white plastic. Then more, and then little tiny machine screws. No, the data general is fully assembled. I'm very particular about that. I mean, that's part of why I'm so particular about not working on it piecemeal. Because there's a lot to forget and go wrong there. Yeah, some old and janky sounds about right. This is the problem with doing this stuff live. Because if it feels like I'm going to be able to do it in one stream, then I'm probably not going to bother labeling it. I think, yeah, it's going to be a rule. If the bin survives the stream, it must be labeled. Well, I see one thing that it could maybe possibly be. Oh, I kind of hope that's it, but I don't think so. Oh, Deziak, are you still here? Oh, man, it's heavy. Oh. Nope, that's probably that. Okay, well, we'll label that. Oh, bits. Sweet. Tool bits. Is this structurally integral to that? No, it is not. Okay, go. Okay, need to appoint someone a screw monitor for each stream from now on? Yeah, no kidding. Okay, we're gonna, I think, transfer that red one to this. So that red bin goes to this. This is what I was kind of hoping the other thing was. This is the DVHS player, D theater. I was hoping that those screws went to this, but it wouldn't make sense to have giant, like, machine screws on the outside of there. And this was on top of it. This makes way more sense. Wait, there are caps in here. Elma. I don't think I removed any caps from this. Is there a screw container in there? No, there's just tears in there. Oh gosh, that's awful. Oh, I forgot how complicated VCRs are. Oh, gross. These screws do look a lot like these screws. I'm going to assume those go to this. I don't know why there are caps taken off, and I don't see any other Elna caps in here, though. I actually don't know if it can record or not. A reef is missing from the board. That's a good question. It does not look like it. Yeah, it has a Panasonic line filter cap. So this is not that one. I'm going to label this D theater question mark. I don't think it's the Hydro Thunders. They're fully assembled. Very handy with VHS decode. I don't think this one would be a good candidate for VHS decode. D theater is a little weird. I don't see anything else back there that it should be. It's very frustrating. Yeah, there are no other like in progress projects back there. That is it. Yeah, unless it's that thing. No, that's totally assembled. I don't know. So not D theater, not Data General Walkabout. It's definitely not Game Gear. I don't know. I am disappointed in myself about that. So that's two that are unknown. The other one has really tiny screws and rubber feet in the rubber doohickey. A terminal, other than the Walkabout, all terminals are accounted for. Yeah, I don't know. All right. So the Visual 200, I think I got left waiting for recap, not reassembled. That was fully reassembled after the fact. Actually, anything that's not assembled on that is inside of it. I did put that back together off camera because of this reason. So I don't think it's that. That Jamicon cap did the leak and then ooze thing where the fluid got under the jacket and it got all lumpy. It feels like that would have been a very identifiable stream. I don't know, maybe I'll look back through different streams, see which ones I remarked about things on. Because basically it's going to be any like mid-size device. So it could be so many things, but there will only have been, was it an HP thing? I don't think so, because all of that is assembled, other than the power supply. The only other thing I don't think is fully assembled is the Olivetti or the AT&T 6300 down here, but I think it's mostly assembled. I think it's almost completely assembled. Because I think the only thing I did was I left the bezel off the front because it was terrifying to remove. So. So there's the one screw in here, which is, yeah, that's never going to find its home. Thing is I know that was very recent. What are the videos I did recently? Turn on CC, have it indexed. Closed captioning. Oh, yeah. Could be anything from the plotter? I don't think so. That leaky cap is used to hold structural. That was from the HP 7475. The original capacitor from that was actually gutted and restuffed to be used as the structural support. The new cap was put inside of the old one. So it's not that. Plus that one's not big enough for that. What did I take apart recently? Okay, not that, not the Apple II, not the TRS-80 Model 1. Oh, I do know what this screw goes to, and I know why it is out of the bin. Okay, that screw goes to a TRS-80 Model 4. That is one of the screws that holds on the shield around the high-res board. Hold on, I'm just gonna go tape it to the back of that computer and then never put it back in there, because if I don't have to open a TRS-80 Model 4, I'm not gonna. So that's the single screw determined. That doesn't help a ton, but at least it solves one. Does this count as making the stream? No, you made it literally when I have to end. The Apple III is fully reassembled. So there are 2 bins of screws, that's it. There's the one of like machine screws, and then there's the one with the brown battery. Now the brown battery kinda looks like this. And that would be the Toshiba T1600, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember that having really tiny screws. So I'm not sure. I'm going to put these on the bottom, get back to them later. But all of the empty ones are now confirmed empty, nothing shaking. Okay. Is that the screw you needed to remove to put the video board in? I think it may not have fit cleanly, but I'm pretty sure I was missing one when I reassembled it. So that was that. Or that is why that is there. All right. Someday I'll actually get around to using this. Someday. You know what? We got the microphone set up. I can make you all understand why this thing. You have a container for extra bolts when putting things back together? If I have extra, I have failed. So, no. I really need that thing to work. It's a magnetic reed switch keyboard. Oh, I'm glad I moved that computer so you could see the view close up. And then remove the camera and then forgot to switch to that one. I'm good at this. Okay. Doesn't sound really great. It's an acquired thing. Here's the thing, magnetic reed switches will outlast everything else. What makes magnetic reed switches so special is that the contacts are vacuum sealed. So, zero wear. They're not Hall switches, they're magnetic reed. It's essentially predecessor to Hall. All right, we're gonna have to call that there. Yeah, that went like ridiculously well today. So they can still arc and burn out. No. You know what is an insulator? Nothing. They can't arc. There's nothing to arc through. till someone demagnetizes the keyboard. That it would be theoretically possible, but man, you would have to really try. So, aren't Hall switch keyboards relatively cheap? You know that thing's from like the 70s, right? That it's not that they're like, oh, that's a fancy new keyboard. It's like they had it that good back then. Also, for just being literally a spring that goes down, I kind of love how they feel. Anyway, it is time for the outro here. So, yeah, that was a really good execution of that project. That went so much smoother than I thought it was going to. So I'm happy with that. Yeah, I got a backup of the Nightmare 5160 hard drive. It has been tested. We even emulated it back in the original machine. All working great. I have the image can be booted in 86 box. Everything, yeah, it's fantastic there. It's just my hard drive is dumb. That was the only problem. So, yeah, have to fix that. Well, have to hope that that can be fixed. And try that again later. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's it for now. So if you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's going to be it for now, and I will see you next time. And a return.